Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Of course, we're playing more Great Ace Attorney today, which we're on episode 2, I believe, because we just finished up, yeah. We finished up the longest first case in the freaking series. Hey, Darth, how are you doing? And I'm doing okay. Alright. Adjusting. There we go. Alright, so I just think we need to continue. Hello, how you doing? But we are starting with case 2 of the first game, so we just finished up the last week we finished up the
in a corner of that small dark room, Sholmes and
cool.
waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. You see it, Wilson? He yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular
Sholmes.
when he started whispering.
Sholmes.
The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
So dramatic. Okay. Board the ship. Oop.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time.
But
This is
that's
an extraordinary script.
that's not Russian.
Evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
That's clearly Japanese right there, dude.
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
Da! No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. An cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
Alright, hope you make a good lunch then.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
So, the thing about that name, well, it's to get around a little bit of a copyright issue with the Conan Doyle estate. So, this is how you can get, like, if you, like, only certain stories are able to be... Only certain Sherlock Holmes stories are able to be used in a way that's public domain, but the character is not completely public domain because of the Conan Doyle estate and their insistence on wanting to keep up copyright on other stories. So, well, to kind of get around that, people use the fact that they can just change around the name a little bit and be like, Herlock Sholmes. Oh, it's totally not Sherlock Holmes, don't worry about it. You know, that's basically how that whole thing works and why his name is that instead. Ooh, hang on. Hang on. Give me a second. I am going to... Let me just fix this. Hello? Hang on. Oh, it must have not. There it is. I had to fix an issue. Don't worry about it. Now I can move my lips. Whatever. Wait, I can't move. Yay. Ah, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You're a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Duh, we found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato. Wait. What did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ha! You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in our sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. In these handcuffs, sure you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! No! Oh no! Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. Ryunosuke is very compact. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey! I honestly thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if we can find yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Ugh, I hope not. I get the feeling these Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we keep it a secret from the young lady? From our facial judicial assistant Miko Toba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Sure, we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. What do you write at keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. You've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? You were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer? No, I'm not a murderer. Da, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but... murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. She looks she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is find out what really happened. Well, obviously, how'd he die? He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge? Even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Can anyone tell me what exactly happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes I was, but... he would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me, too. Trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma-sama invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development. The center of the world, in many ways. There can't be harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. And he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you? Yes, maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susuto-san. I'm sorry that we kept it secret from you. My stowing away on this ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma-sama brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep? Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable. Really, I do. But it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Sudodo-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Pain. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. Sorry. But Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. Yeah, that's... Considering that the Great Ace Attorney especially is made by the original trilogy developers, it kind of makes sense. Because they did the same thing with Mia, so it's just happening to Kazuma as well. Now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, and while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Hang on a second. Well, what do you propose then? I'm gonna investigate. I'm gonna find out exactly what happened here. I'm gonna go work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Well. Absolutely manhandled. What the? That was a Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm gonna need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it. Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just weeks ago. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. I see. You expect me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. Sure, some evidence right now that proves that I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Obviously this one. Tell me, when was I discovered in the wardrobe before? Was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember it clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case the captain steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah! Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you can help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am? A magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's work together, Susato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating here, examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Avenged. Alright, so what do we got? The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mowed down at once. Well, we are in a boat, and that wouldn't exactly be out of the ordinary. He sure did. He sure did. And he didn't do a thing about it. Wonder if... perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. And perhaps... it was you, Naruto-san, in a fit of rage? I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? I don't think so. We're on a boat. And, well, boats rock back and forth, so, you know... I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Suzuto-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused. I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruto-san? I'm sure you're capable to look around. Yeah, yeah, do the thing. Do the thing. Yes, let's do that. So my field of vision has been rather small until now. Did she... can she not turn her head? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Bura. Essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly prohibited. Well... the sword. But okay. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure, either way. I wasn't supposed to be in here. Perhaps I see what this Russian crewmate makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But it is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking the investigator for information about his crime. Very funny. Oh. It wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. He might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Niet. Of course not. Now back to the corner of the room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. Probably. Clearly knows a little bit more than he lets on. Seiki, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet you, can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on this ship? Now you're gonna bring that up, are you? I can't win. Something on this table at all. Yeah. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. That's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of, when and how did the plate end up on the floor? But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right, so he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Ugh, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose that just shows how important it was to him. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. A bell? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. It sure has. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. Would he? And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has sort of a brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color around any else in the cabin. Could be anything. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. However, it's written in Russian. And Kazuma clearly didn't know Russian. So, yeah. Must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. And I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? I'm so sorry, partner. But I can't read your writing. Probably because he didn't actually write that. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? Pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Well, we got a Russian crewmate here, so maybe he could help? When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a simple bolt and not particularly sturdy. It just slides across to secure the door shut. Still, with the door bolted, There would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Menacing Susato glare. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. That's one way to put it. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says, "This way up" in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. It was turned over and over and over, and then always tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. I swear dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. So the last entry is incomplete. Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. Could be a valuable clue. That's out of the question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important, something relevant to the case? Cool, cool. It's eating time. Alright, alright. I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Yes. Yes. Obviously. Okay. This is... Yes, it's a Belcore contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that's talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have Belcores like these. Like this. Which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everybody's busy, that's all. And, I mean... There was already one British person that literally was being racist to us in the first freaking case. I don't think they like us. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. a hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear too. You're right. Its purpose is to allow fresh air to the room. Surely it should have been connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough? Or something like that? I suppose. Maybe that's it. No. Sholmes! Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You noticed that man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk to him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? It's because she knows who he is. By the way, I expect that you noticed already, but just in case... Press space on people when they're in their crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright, then I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sight and see what he has to say for myself. Oh, please do. Oh boy. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! Ah! What exactly were you doing in Kazuma's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Ah, yes. Everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no. Oh, no. Afghanistan? Sorry, what? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh. Well, that's true, at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There's no mystery, my dear madam, for example. You have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the ribboned document of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too! Yes. This dude. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this, Kazuma-sama. What? And you're planning a revolution, too. It's shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen. For the third time. Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. God damn it. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of a deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you do not find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha! There you have it, you see. What do you make of that? Well, to be honest, the ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction, and it's more plain observation. Indeed. An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. Ha! I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Sholmes! So, it really is you, the actual Sherlock Sholmes. The very same. The inimitable actual Sherlock Sholmes. God damn it. God damn it. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruto-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? You must ask him what he seduced. You won't have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Oh boy. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Hairlock it was it? No, no, no. I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Sholmes. Yeah, Automod's weird. Hang on a second. I needed to allow that. That's why. You can read all my exploits in this exciting London publication. Yes, Rance Magazine. Full of wonderful short stories and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Ah, yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am! And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detective achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to the Bat publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in this subject. He really just moves a lot. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, and a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right. And the trained logician made deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. God damn it. So yes, this guy is supposed to be Sherlock Holmes, but for copyright reasons, that's changed to kind of circumvent that, so. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin doors open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, lucky for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, 2 facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? 2 facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What 2 facts were apparent to you when you first came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first, let us be precise. The 2 facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The 2 facts that I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1. The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2. The victim was Russian, and killing following a dispute with an acquaintance. No! The victim was Japanese. He's my frickin' friend, my best friend. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? No. In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. No. Kazuma was Russian? Was he? Initially, I considered Garderob may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Guard, perhaps. But in the interest of thoroughness, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there, at least. Where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for the possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma's already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you right, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Ah, yes, the train of reason that led me to the truth. Do you mind explaining the train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian, and I don't speak Russian. Man, this dude. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you conclude about me, I mean. The famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Yes, it was the other details I was more hoping to discuss. You know the merciless Russian revolutionary in the Assassin of 16 part? Assigned Russian at Sholmes. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? Sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Yeah, I don't think I have that big freaking beard and stylish mustache. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Please. And, I might add, your name does not appear in the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16th victim's assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? I don't think so. I don't think so. And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. This is what happens when you are stuck in the isolation. When you're stuck in isolation in Japan. Here, take the paper for yourself. Has a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I've absorbed all of that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if it takes you. Though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. I suppose I wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Maybe. It's interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruto-san? Well, no. I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It would appear the woman in the costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Sudo's signs are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is property of Novovik Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of Russian fleeing his or her country? Does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruto. Wild. Well, we got another thing, I guess. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. You didn't notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think he should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. You're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san, aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruto-san, what on earth do you mean? It's very specifically used on me. Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim. It would appear that the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you know Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering! Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. Ha! This diary is littered with complicated-looking characters of which I can read precisely none. So what's all that showing off about before then? If you'd be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here is Kazuma-sama's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. Looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. Thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exhaustion. So, yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No. There's no point trying to turn that into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me. Hang on. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So, what were you looking at my knees for before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and say, accept your fate. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. Sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? Let's go investigate the cabin next door as well. Are you forgetting something? What about these? There's no... Oh. After Kazuma-sama spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. The fourth time. The fourth time. I think we... She really does. That was the fourth time. I think we still have some investigation to finish up in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. This situation doesn't look good for me. There's still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this. And bring the real culprit to justice. Is that? Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help the feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Well... That looks like the detective from the last case. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yeah, it is. It clearly is. I can see from here. Yes? What can I do for you? Yep, there he is. He's undercover again. I recognize that face, but it can't be. Yep, there's his gimmick again. It is. I didn't know where you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board this ship. Again? Yeah, he's undercover. You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected this man to on board. Perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? He's undercover. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? Orders were to act as Asogi's son's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigogo who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi's son reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Clearly that didn't happen. RIP. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoko said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we didn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. No. I did not want to go into history. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined what happened here, inside his own cabin. Not here, on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Spectre. So if there is anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. Alright. Well, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll see you again another time. You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even... Alright, I'll see you later. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, a Saurian-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose. I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life down the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think about how you try to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as you were when you were in court. You must have done it many times through your trial. Yeah, do the thing. So evidence that could give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I might know what we can use. I think it's the diary. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So we investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band is. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Are you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just yeah, do the move. Do the move. The move. The move. Phew. Finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. This is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. It's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous. Itami is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. Suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san. You look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. You've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Cosmo's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Well, clearly you had to, like, do other things. That's a huge book on the table there. And there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. Would expect a rough and ready sailor to have such a beautiful handwriting. And nothing, no reaction at all. I thought you might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruhodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Oh. You seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not a sailor. I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman Beef Stroganoff. Phew. I bet the best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganov, how about this first-class cabin area? Here we are in finest part of Buria steamship. For very important reasons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid Stu away inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but Stroganov is not animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. OC currently occupied? Da. Suzuto-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. Racism. Can you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right? That's just not your business. Are you here on watch? Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganov? Da. All time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about student boy. Give me 1 second. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Yeah. Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. Nyet. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I see it, no! Sorry. I'm not so sure. Could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bouquet to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Yeah. This looks like a plan of the SS Burya. Shows each deck is look. Burya is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing in my mind for a while now, actually, but... how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't sink to the bottom of the ocean? Well, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal. There are enormous lumps of earth. Many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Oh boy. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called, cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The strap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But, I guess you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little stack for you later. What do you think this is? It's very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh. What are you doing, Naruto-san? You mustn't touch it. This is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. Huh. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. If you have something to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's ever in the cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. Well, Sholmes went in there. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. It's a high-pitched scream. It's been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down! Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Holmes. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch the muscular urge? What prey can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Who are you? A Western gentleman? That man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. In that case, who just screamed? Get out! All of you! Now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsley Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I am the great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you must trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So I might be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case. What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. There's a little thing in there, though. Definitely. Oh my. Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the case just shook. Leave, now. Otherwise, I'll call the steward. So this is Cosimo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. Couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. What are you doing? Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardroom whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time. that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. It would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh, yes, please. Well then, what are you about to see may as well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of all his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, in Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on the first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence! What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. But what do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ah! Oh no, Naruto-san, I never imagined I could witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can see Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What an effable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I do cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The game is afoot. So, the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Roylot's obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. We were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question that begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noticed the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares. People have a propensity to let their evil eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you, I speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. And the proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents be laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes. The reason you've refused to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there's another most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page, renowned prima ballerina of Novavik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Is it really though? Is it really though? Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma, Elemensky. God damn it. Susato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. It's full of it's full of holes. That's what we're saying. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes. I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roulette does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not at first glance. It is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? The young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would certainly be simplicity itself to consort oneself from the confines of that small case. Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention, his logic, that seem a little off. You're an idea of a little baby a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering, we might perhaps tactically switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions? Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, and unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholm's great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did you... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Lord Harn look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If you do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do everything about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we can use to switch around in the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott going to use those enormous shears for? Oh. What's this? What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? How is it growing from underneath this thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and suddenly surprising. Something is definitely not right here. It's still golden locks.
Yes!
You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed. You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I'd managed to cut off my hair, no one wouldn't have suspected. The question that begged is this: why would you decide to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals her true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. No idea the old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Guess it was a surprise. Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business. Yes, yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true. Even that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose because the deduction as a whole is taking a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else, something that fits the facts that we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. This one.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovic Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Novovic Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! She. You're right. Yeah, Emily, please. Stop. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. Excuse me. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. Hang on a second. You seem to look pleased now, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else there that what this woman is up to. Aha! Wow, look at this dazzling tiara. Never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, Naruhodo-san, I try it on. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does the tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novavik Ballet, is it not? Oh, wait. Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an earl, a Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point to hiding it now. Come, come. Let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup duel betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his log to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case. would have been written in that book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. There has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in that same area if that's where the gaze was involuntarily drawn. Agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she hidden in that case should be revealed by following her gaze in that direction of the bookcase. Pets. Pets.
Yes!
Yes. The reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time. But no weapon or other dangerous item will move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel rules of passage. A pet. Ah! Elementary. So clearly, you aren't who you said you are. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Burya is a huge steamship with a fast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it to let out the scream we heard from the outside of the cabin? That variable tinkling of a bell? One other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. Disguise. As a result, you transform yourself into that questionable old man? I see. Oh my god, hang on a second. I put on the fur hats and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? Just one thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew, your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, alright, I'll tell you. Well, Mr. Naruto? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes? Wasn't it something? Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. It's just not I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. My... Ah! Your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Yeah? Miss Pavlova, is there anything else you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novavik Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. ballet. I want to start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novavik Ballet gives us only little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. And the crew of the ship, they've all been kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruto? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation to what conundrum. I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. We just have to re-ask them about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother's tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems but Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell anyone, any of the crew. If you found my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah. So reassuring, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Sholmes. What sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Nope. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha! You credit Russia as the land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young Ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Nope. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. Something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Maybe the diary? This is a diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. Hang on. Yes, he wrote it last night before he died. It's something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? The speckled band the victim mentioned means something to you, or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passengers sit out! Or you want me to throw you out? Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. What a pity. So we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. As to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Yay. I wish he hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish he'd managed to find some clues to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to chew for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Wild. Looks like they're still investigating here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Nodohodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Well, no, he got beaten black and blue. He got beaten. Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we know a little bit about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh? I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please! What self-respecting ballet film wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more that I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying to not take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. Had you sneeze? I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh? What is it? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So what was the cause of death? Damage to cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no signs of obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests that it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish!" was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass, you see. Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. How can Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well... Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then? Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes that they scuffed on the floor? That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best, thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no, well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asoki's son. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing, too. So clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. Who knows, really? Who knows? I swear Kazuma-sama spent his final moments writing his diary. Yeah, whistling sound, speckled band. It's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in those words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although, it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. Just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. All the books provided for passengers occupied in this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. They are all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, you tidied them up, didn't you? Yes. You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Green is such a beautiful color, this glass. Looks like whatever it was has broken and clean in two. The other half is nowhere to be seen. And there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish according to the great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can a detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? You! Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabinet. Why? Who gave you permission to do this? Well, Seaman Hosanaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll into ball and throw him in a cold room. Phew, he's gone back to guarding the door. Hope Inspector Hosanagi doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone on his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. It could, yes. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the Saburia. Yeah. Shot at her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. I think all I have to do is, like... Oh, yeah, I have to go out here. I did what I could in there. Ah. Look, Naruto-san. Seaman Stroganov is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who always crossing his arm and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? Sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la, lay, I did it the great detective way. It's caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is the golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. Stroganov, not stringy knot. Mr. Hadlova isn't back yet. Sudoto-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Oh. Oh. The game crashed. Oh boy. Well, I hope the autosave's good. Well, that's the first crash I've experienced with this game. Not sure. No say the same about... Yeah, we're here. Yeah, let's get back into that room. Skip all this. Yeah, get through this. We've already read it. Beep. Tra-la-la-la-la-lay, I did the great detective way. Yep. There. We are back. I'm gonna save here, because I'm not gonna deal with that again. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. All the books have toppled over together. Look. Every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same bookcase as next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. Or... there was like high tides on the sea. I don't know. I don't know. Should she really be practicing ballet on the same night as she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. Must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything that happens bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here. Yes, why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe and when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. Well, those weren't in there before. Started hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. So there's a gas leak next door. The occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Huh. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the Great Detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Burya. Burya. Wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? Just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading... books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. It seems this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pablo only came into this cabin last night, she didn't have a chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'll lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're out there often, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think? Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? No. What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No. You're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? No, son. It's poor etiquette to go shifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ugh, those eyes, she's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. RIP. Ah, yes, they display this in the cabin too. Look, this is Spiro's rule of passage. Yeah. The pets, yes. Suppose Miss Pablo has realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend is speared to now. She's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolt latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yep, it's not particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, the door's made of metal, so there's no chance no trickery using madness to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you wouldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Just one of those next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin. Yes, I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Is there anything else? Not seeing anything. hello. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do ya? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-li-li-li-li-lay, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's luckily her luck was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. He's ready to go. He's ready to go. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. I was nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. How could you put those... Now, could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by stockily built crewmen who usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. Did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened. So... You surely are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever you mean, Mr. Sholmes. Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem that the same crewman off stands sentry in the first class passageway. And he has almost religious practice for recording nothing report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely! Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing report in the log. These are important details. I should stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand why my way is. I see what makes Sholmes' brilliance. Oh. Ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. That probably means that the ship shifted quite a bit, so everyone got their head knocked. Or something. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. Just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? I have to go back in here again. Oh. Ah, what's that? Oh boy. Shut down the engine immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile 4. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands, brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. Can't stand. Oh god. Oh boy. Suto-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Yeah, the ship moved. That's why everything fell over, obviously. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think... yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Yeah. And because the ship turned, the bolts came. The bolts closed. Door's bolted. Does that mean the door was actually unlocked last night and then someone turned the ship and then made the door go bolted? Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. That's strange. How did... and look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, are you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Oh boy. Oh boy. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. The ship turned, so everything went left. Duh. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. You, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? Heard something about we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This is first class area, is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah, you wicked intruder. Dressed all in black, you are a devil. Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man? Duh, and he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Ugh. Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are a devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below. Throw him in. Tomorrow we talk in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Holstanaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my less effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. So my only choice is to examine. Oh! What are you doing there, man? This man. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Naturally! I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging up from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if I could bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it. Even Hitchhog understands this case. We all know who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway. He has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Da, locked room, that is point. That room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I can't even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 123, I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 AM, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is a speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is the distinct element of danger, but fear not. I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all is to see will shock you to your cores. Behold. Yeah. What the? Yep. Sneak. Sneaky. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The Speckled Band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the Striped Band, wouldn't you? You both see an Azurd with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He hit the nail on the head. This young man's friend killed Mr. Asogi? Looks like he can't speak with that snake coat around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you call those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of the intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend of which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that what you are trying, but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slough skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No. I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in the cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to be a young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it should be found in the deepest depths of India. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been appraised, it would appear that there are no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take this as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm that it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous phase will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point of feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling the truth that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After repeated, you summoned it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Since you deny the snake has undergone such training, it's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its veins once. and its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt, my logic is infallible. God damn it. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Baffled. Absolutely baffled. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Something so quite makes sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales of Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales of their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder! Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Defeated. Absolutely defeated Sholmes. I think We need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholm's latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see them restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, it's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. You're not sure if Mr. Holmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? There's some way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Well, clearly it's the claw scratch.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those sort of events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple operation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that pretentious night? Why, naturally, it was the friend of which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I expected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is writhing serpent we see before us. Seems like the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet in which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. The cat.
Yes!
Oops. I should have looked closer. You were looking at this framed photograph print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? But let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no. It's the frame that is your friend, isn't it? Because it so beautifully displays whether you put inside it. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Just following the natural progression of deduction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is, you did not have a turn for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. It's the cat. It's the cat in the frame. Yeah, the cat. Oh, look at this photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this.
Yes!
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on your back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that's what you are trying, but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slouched skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she left it in her pocket, no one would have known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Scholl's speciality. He's ever so clearly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a speciality, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? There is something there. Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. It looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort of is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase a band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Here we go. Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely. In the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah. It was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer for that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cats by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand, and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Holmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Holmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma-sama wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed. The breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath will be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have a good authority on that. The victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because of his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma though. He wasn't a clumsy man. We need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? He slipped. He slipped. Because of the polish on his shoes. Yeah.
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed. Positively identified by the little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Aoki's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Aoki must have caught his foot at the point on the floor and tripped. Please no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered. In an instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as days to me. You did all you could to conceal incriminating evidence. But now, your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true, I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that that's what happened. But, and if this is part of Mr. Sholm's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova was trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin. Somewhere in the direction that she could just cast her eyes. It's in the trash. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. The trash.
Yes!
Huh? Damn. Damn it. God damn it. Whatever, I'll get it next time. Okay. Mark on the floor, yeah. Wait. Hmm. Well, the only other thing that there is the tiara.
Yes!
Oh no, I should have examined. Yeah, I should have done that. Whatever. I should have looked. I forgot to examine. I forgot to do the thing. You gotta look. It's a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them? Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin last night. Assuming there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, there. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Can I not? Hmm. Yeah. Maybe examine the tiara? Starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. I'm trying to sound like the great detective. Am I missing something? Hmm.
Yes!
Oh, now it works? That's right. You hid the evidence that leads to the victim's death in the waste paper basket. Ah. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And, as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of this victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass spell, are you not? I don't know. And that Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Inclusive evidence. Aha! It was part of the tag. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Evidence linking Miss Petrova in the little glass bell, that would be...
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Yeah. Unfortunate. An unfortunate way to go out. Just in an instant. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science said yes, that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin. Dark always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about his diary was Miss Pavlova, trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it's Seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Byaria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? Snake isn't your friend, Miss Fablo. Then whose is it, and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Peter Shorko. That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect him to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Huh, we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Can you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, our gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Hmm? Perushko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Horatio eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Oh, so... is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Perushko is nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Yeah. But what about the writing? Why did someone try to pin the blame on another? Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then, no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotola? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. The writing. The writing. Even if he did trip, clearly something went down that made it seem like it was a murder. Just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you're not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters of where we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Cosimo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. How that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it, in fact, no accident at all? This is what we must establish in the first instance. We've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten and I climbed into this cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. Doesn't make sense and that's really what happened, does it? I'm gonna have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruto. Time to present the evidence. The evidence proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. It's true, it's very weird, but at the same time, it's clearly because the Conan Doyle estate is freaking weird with Sherlock Holmes as a character. Like, they're very weird with the copyright. I know! It's literally one book. And they keep freaking pushing back so he's not an officially public domain character. It's only the certain stories that are in the public domain. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Like, because of that, they had to go the Sherlock Holmes route, which isn't the first instance of it. It has happened in another story. Like in a written story before. Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese, in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. The point is that he died instantly. He died immediately. He couldn't have written anything. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Aoki could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means the only way that that written word could have written out is because someone put it there post-mortem. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Aoki's cabin. A remnant of something that could have possibly been there if that what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Sutotan has noticed it too, then. They could have literally done anything that would have been like anything closer to like Literally anything closer to, like... Yeah, they could have done that. And Hemlock is poison related, so... Putting the message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves that this was no accident. In other words... She took the evidence. So... Science. Yeah, science.
Yes!
This, the piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. Well, that's a glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. However, because it broke, she took part of the evidence away in order to make it seem like it's normally an accident. But the writing was also done. So it was more than that. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? That's really what happened. Why? Yeah, why did the other half get in this cabin? Why? Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass spell in that waste paper basket. Yeah, Hemlock science. Poison. Like, he has, like, Sherlock himself works in poison, and he's able to, like, find traces of poison in certain cases. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. And when Mr. Aosugi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Aosugi's... Oh. You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Ah, of course. We know this. What are you talking about? They're talking about you, Ryunosuke. Board was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. However, because the boat rocks back and forth, bolts can open and close. So, and the only person in the cabin when the young student died was you.
Yes.
The issue is that the vent doesn't open. Do you see the bolt latch door? I need to say that we're on a boat. And what do boats do when they're in travel? They rock back and forth. I mean, no, it doesn't. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. We were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. I mean, yes, you can. Yes, you can. However, that doesn't mean it's the case here. There was one thing that went through the vent that night, and that was the cat. The cat, Darka. because it was a very small kitten. Forgive me, my dear fellow. We're unsure at the moment because we haven't seen the cat since, well, at least Miss Pavlova has not seen the cat since the last time we were in here. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in the Russian on the floor. An attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that could show how Mr. Asugi really died. But why would this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. I don't know. I don't know where the snake is, but you can clearly see the marks on his face of where the snake tends to go. And the snake is also his pet. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not a cruise ship's angle of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when strong young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. Interesting. Pavlova is Pavlovely. I don't think she killed anyone. I definitely think it was still an accident. However, it was still deliberately set up in some way. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look, truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Again. Because we're on a boat, what do boats do? They rock back and forth. And what have we've seen in a previous scene that the latches can bolt shut when the boat rocks back and forth. Nobody could go into a cabin. Not Nina. Not anyone. She probably will. Or you want me to tell that killer walk through locked doors? Niet. It's impossible. Ugh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. I don't think that's possible in this case, Susato. Red, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight, no threads or needles or magnets could have been used. Oh, no, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruto suggested earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it into me onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganov has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Yes, it could have. Not necessarily. Because we're on a boat, it's a very unique situation where it can. I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruto, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruto? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruto? You see these? These tend to fall when the boat rocks, so...
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The latch. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is there anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga? Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. You're trying to say that last night, after Miss Haruki was killed? Yes. and it created a locked room scenario. Has Buria made an emergency stop? When I woke up this morning, I looked around the cabin. I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? And we came into the cabin and we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Aosugi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made emergency stop? Does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly happen? Well, the crew could have handled it, and well, since they seem to have quite a bit of a connection with her and want to protect her, they could have easily done that. Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Use to trigger the emergency alarm. Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you to only press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes? Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. Boop! To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin's doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Aosugi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You're idiots. Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. It make emergency stop even in middle of night. There would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. Let's take a look at that ship log. Why did the guy not say nothing to report for like a long time? We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this pestle last night? Well, take a look at the ship log.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganov. It's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Duh. That is correct. Why? In the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as reasonable passengers, we look into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. This is where I put it always. The point is, look at what you usually record. It's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? It is... Duh, because nothing happened. My dude. When it comes to your pattern of putting things down, when there's nothing to report, you say that. But because there was nothing, because it was blank, that means you did not put anything down at all, and you did not want anything to be seen. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, if I find that little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. It's very true. Next to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. Can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Yes, the throbbing, the headaches, the sudden lurches while everybody's asleep. Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah. Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. Since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. And the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes, sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't really usually include meals. What did you survive on? Oh, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed a whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact. I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is that really true? A meal prepared for passengers last night had been tampered with. Yeah. Which would make it easier for an emergency stop to happen. Everybody was drugged. Tampered with by the addition of Sorific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug as no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruto, no, of course, that's not what Mr. Shulm means. What a far-fetched idea. It clearly happened. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on the board with a horrific drug would certainly be impossible. But a certain few. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Well, Seaman. I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there were to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone. Together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the valet. Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I didn't notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh. We could not make all drug. How do you say dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was held by cormorants on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Mira slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So that's what happened. The only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Cosima's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely our cabin door could have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of the passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolts of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and have said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a girl. Little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruto, your sentence, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two provocateurs. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruto, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows that someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Oh. Somebody's earring is missing. Yeah, somebody's earring's missing. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. Oh, I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry. An earring? Is it? It is really tiny. First part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is the clasp bar that attaches to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken.
Yes!
What? Conduction was wanting in every way. Either we find a trace of something that the person in question left behind at the scene, or, if that's not possible, a trace of something that the person took away from the scene, be that accidentally or deliberately. If you observe closely enough, I believe you will find examples of both. Give them a long, hard, and uncompromising stare from all sides. That's my advice. Oh.
Yes!
Ink stain. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. Very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruto, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is the ink.
Yes!
Yes, it's in this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ah! Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't have possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabinet in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Got him. Alright. Yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I'd arranged everything in dead student's cabin to make it look like World Man did it. Then I pressed the button to make Gloria do an emergency stop and both cabin doors shut. I did everything, so no one would expect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to the cabin door was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on floor. What happened here? What happened here? Please don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in the cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asugi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried. She said she was worried when heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When he went to Mr. Asugi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, Something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. In the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten, on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Norodo? Oh, well... Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck. And he was already dead. Which part of this photographic print seems unnatural? Well, he wouldn't have been able to write that. Which means they put the blame on you.
Yes!
Sword and Rushing Glory wasn't written by Kazuma. So if you're looking for something unnatural, that's the obvious point. Very true. It is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. Partly Crastito was orchestrated by the culprit. I mean to identify another point. Oh, I see. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Sorry, it was blowing my nose. In my opinion, if you landed as the victim appears to have done here, it would be most unnatural. Does that mean he was turned over then? He fell backwards. But they turned him over. How thoughtful you are, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your gentle guidance. The back? Like, is it because he fell forward?
Yes!
Oh. No. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Nah, no, whatever. That part of the crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean, I know another point. Losing your footing yourself. When you land as the victim it has, what of your hands? No, you wouldn't land that way. Yeah, but how do I show that?
Yes!
No, that's not it. Whatever. How do you show that then? Like, how does that work?
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fish just doesn't seem quite right. Oh yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right. The exact same... Hey, how you doing? The exact same thought occurred to me. And if all one's instinct is to open the palms flat, to catch yourself, yes. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? Aha! She was there. Oh, crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Her earring! The part that fell off. Actually, that means she was there directly. Well, yeah, they do. They definitely do. That means she was there directly in order to try to... That means he was falling backwards. And then he grabbed at her to try to save himself, but he grabbed an earring instead. Well, there isn't a lot they could do if the lead just kind of left. Like, the project was going nowhere as soon as the creator left. Much somehow. Sure, I've seen it somewhere before. You have, yes. Observation, Mr. Naruto. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? He grabbed at it when he was trying to save himself from falling backwards. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? I mean, I lean towards the Mega Man Zero games, to be honest. Yep, it came from here. It is.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. Femboy 0. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Eh? What? Looking at your other ear, I noticed the crescent moon. Ah. I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Certainly there is one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Aosugi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Ace Attorney is a very entertaining series. Like, it's very minimal gameplay, and it focuses on its characters and its story. So, and the Great Ace Attorney games, which I'm playing right now, I'm playing the first game, it's made by the same developing team that worked on the original trilogy, so it'll feel very similar to that in areas. Aosugi must have grasped a crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Aosugi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Yeah, I completely understand that from Hope's perspective. But then the question is, why did Mr. Aosugi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Because he was trying to grab her, that way he could, I don't know, protect himself? Try to save himself? Or it was a clue in his final moments. Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Unless she deliberately pushed him into her cat. That way he would trip. What did you do to Kazuma? Broken. Broken. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. I mean, tankies are leftists Tankies are left-leaning, however, they are authoritarian in nature. And we know where authoritative tendencies tend to go. So I'd say they're left in terms of the ideology, yes. However, the ideology also leads to authoritarianism, which authoritarianism is bad. Look at the Soviet Union. Look at Nazi Germany. Like, that's the point, is that authoritarians mess shit up. When I was at last in this cabin, and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. Ah, of course, you're Niccolo Pavlona, aren't you? The Russian ballerina? It sure do have quite a bit. Billy sure do. I used to be... Elena, I used to be in comfort with my own, but at the same time, I just don't anymore. I don't mind my genitals, but that's just me. I can still be me and know that they exist, but that's me. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in faraway east know a Russian Russian ballerina? I was not expecting that to come out. I have fantasized about... Yeah, of course you have, I'm aware. I mean, it's not necessarily that, it's more liberal democracy, or in this case, us being a republic is an issue. Like, we're not even a democracy. We're not. So, yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell it to Captain. it was a lapse of judgment. She thought he was going to pull, like, when he was literally just going to talk to Naruhodo. Why did I think I could trust him? And it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... I... pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into the cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. I'm not sure either. And then I found Storue in Warlord, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed the wardrobe doors to put back Shirane's paper sign. Lucky for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged Lingelman's bounty to good place and used ink and that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe so that the person who found them would look inside wardrobe to find Storue. And tell me, when did the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Bordia did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m. Thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if you had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Trans girl. Why would that have been a problem? It's what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at the time of night, Inspector? Yeah, it probably depends on the author. However, when it comes to like that relatively recent book about Ferris, I definitely lean towards trans girl. With something like Astolfo and whatnot, I lean towards non-binary for them because they seem to not really care about gender norms and they just want to be themselves. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before you could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Hasagi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. He clearly wasn't. He was clearly just trying to come to Naruhodo to, like, see what he thinks. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Cosmo, so I can't know for certain. But he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, today's work is not done yet. It seems there is one more deduction to make. What, another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? He was looking to his friend. Can we determine whether the Youngsman case was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for the entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. I mean, it's completely up to you what you choose. It's your body. For me, I don't really have any plans to remove mine. I'm just gonna keep it there because I have no dysphoria related to it anymore. So when we turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Cosmo looking at? The wardrobe.
Take that!
Considering everything that's happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Miss Hosugi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No. Mr. Hosugi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. Well, knowing him, that would clearly be the truth. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Hosugi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost a life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mysterious surrounding the tragic accident on the SS... Oh boy. What happened to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? Well, he's a pretty known figure. She won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she won't be able to. She would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost good friends. I will go with Ina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm gonna have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away, after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began, then. Thing that would... And only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. Seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this all happened. Can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I don't really tend to do that, so now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible, but now we know the truth, just as that it was just an accident, just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. Wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asugan safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now. What? Huh? Surprised, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So decided to restore them for old time's sake. Shall we say, you are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny? Yes. Who do you think you're talking to? It's frickin' Sherlock. Mr. Sholmes? We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It has to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asuki's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... for Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All of you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. There's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sheldon. We know of no other lawyer. Well... who showed great usage of lawyery shit in the first trial? Naruhodo. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh. Unless... are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach treatment I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and I would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it, and I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. It's madness. Yet fascinating. Wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No. And you witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the execution of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to reward my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector? After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I'm a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Sasuke clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. Keeping the boyfriend sword. So then, Miss Susato. Seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But, before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one requires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but an interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. You'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your thrusting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Thrown again. Six times. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Man's really said, you eat good. He did. Ah, yes. Arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. 6 times. 6 times. In the entire freaking episode. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma? That's right. It's a prize sword that's been passed down through generations in the Asogi clan. I'm aware of that. I am aware of that fact. That is a proper technique. That's like one of his proper skills. That's right. It's a prize sword that's been passed down through generations in the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on study tour is more than a little regular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I cannot be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. I'm sure. Like, look. Yes, they named him differently in this, but it's still clearly Sherlock. It is Sherlock. Like, there is no doubt about that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Where's my half-naked Sholmes, cowards? Boxing half-naked Sholmes. An important thing he had to do. Still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. I want to see him street, bro. Fair. Fair. Well, there was episode 2. Just slaps people for a while and claps at them. Right, right. The runaway room with a carriage. I think when I was playing with the, yeah, when I was playing with the, fan translation of the games, I think I went up to episode 3, but I didn't, like, do 4 and 5. Actually, no. I did part of 4, but I didn't like go further than that. There's definitely some differences between the fan translation and the official one, but it seems to be largely faithful otherwise. Because at least with the fan translation, it seems like they went like completely on with, like, they translated it pretty well to the point that it pretty much just feels like a direct translation almost. Just, well, mixed up a bit to be more readable. And it seems like they're kind of going for the same thing here. Just like slight variances in dialogue. Stretchy. So I guess the next time I'm doing this, we'll start up the third one, which is going to be one of the first London trials. So we're gonna be in an English court. And we're gonna be back to the jury system. Well, actually no, the jury system is introduced in this. And then they bring back the multiple witnesses. You know, whatever. But, yeah, thanks for coming out today. Obviously, I'm gonna be taking a break for the, weekend, and I will, of course, figure out the schedule over that weekend, and we'll see where we go from there. But yeah, thanks for coming. We will reconvene on Monday, of course. So, alright. Yeah, see ya, Darth. I'll see y'all later. I'll figure out what I'm doing next time, but other than that, thanks for coming. See you later.